Welcome back to the session, everyone. Hope all of you guys are back after the lunch break. Is everyone back? Just give me a confirmation in the chat so that we can move forward. Just give me either a thumbs up or some confirmation in the chat. Is everyone back, guys? Just give me some confirmation. Okay, I can see thumbs up from few people. All right, fine. So let's proceed and let's complete the remaining portion in our webinar for today. So as I mentioned, your AI 102 course is all about working with ready-made AI models. So Azure has created many AI models and it has distributed it across 9 categories or 9 services. Let me explain those services to you. Let me give a overview of those services to you. Let's start off with document intelligence service. So what does this service do? So using this service, you can go ahead and scan documents and extract information from it. So let's assume that you are working in a bank and your job in the bank is to open bank account of customers. So as a prerequisite, what you require is you require the customer to submit their Aadhaar card and PAN card. And whenever they submit their documents to you, you go through those documents manually, extract whatever information you need, and that information you then type it in your computer. Okay. Now let's suppose in a day 10,000 people come to you to open their bank accounts. So then you will ask those 10,000 people to submit their documents. Okay. So each of those 10,000 people will submit their Aadhaar card and PAN card. Will it be possible for you to manually go through Aadhaar card and PAN card of each one out of each one of those 10,000 people in a day? No. Well, in that scenario, you don't have to worry. Just come to Document Intelligence Service of Azure, pass as many documents as you want. Okay. And then using this service, you can go ahead and pass the documents. The service will scan those documents for you, and then you can extract any information from that document that you want. We'll be seeing a demo of it today, so don't worry. It will be clear. It will be more clear at the time of demo. Okay. After that, let's move on to the second service, which is language service. So you can use the language service to analyze text. Okay. So let's suppose I run a cloud kitchen on Zomato, and through that cloud kitchen, I'm trying to sell my food products. So let's suppose, as per the Zomato's uh, rule, if anybody buys from my cloud kitchen, then they can leave their review on it, right? Whether they like the food or whether they didn't like the food. So let's suppose I have received more than 1,000 reviews. Now I want to analyze those reviews which are in text format. Okay. I want to analyze the sentiment of it and many other things I want to do. Basically, I want to analyze those text reviews. But some of them are written in Kannada language, some of them are written in Marathi language, and so on. What if I still want to go ahead and analyze those reviews? Well, come to language service, and using language service, you can analyze your text written in any language. There are multiple languages that are supported, and you can go ahead and analyze text. The next thing that you can do is you can create conversational chatbots. So let's suppose you have a chatbot similar to the one in LG.com. So here is LG's website, LG.com. You can see in that website they have a chatbot integrated into it, and you can go ahead and communicate to the chatbot about your issue. So let's suppose I want to mention to it that my AC is not working. So I'll just mention it and the chatbot will give me some answer. Okay. So the point that I'm making is, let's suppose you want to create a chatbot, okay, and integrate into your website, but you are not from a coding background. Okay, you are from a non-coding background. Still, you want to create the chatbot and integrate into your website. Well, no need to worry. Just come to language service. It will help you to create that simple conversational chatbot, and then you can integrate it into your website. The next service that I want to give you an overview on is the vision service. Using the vision service, you can do two main things. One is analyze images, and second is analyze videos. Okay, analyzing images and analyzing videos. These are the two main things that you can do. Right. So there are many things that it allows under analysis, like face recognition, then caption generation, okay, and so on. There are multiple things. Okay, fine. Next, moving on to speech service. So using speech service, you can go ahead and translate the speech from one language to another. So let's suppose there is a bilateral meeting going on between head of two countries. Let's say there's a bilateral meeting going on between Mr. Modi and Mr. Putin. Now, have you observed in that bilateral meeting what happens is Putin would speak in Russian language, and in order to understand what Putin is speaking, Mr. Modi would have a earpiece in his ear, through which some translator will try to translate Putin's Russian speech in Hindi language. Same vice versa. When Modi meets with Putin, Modi speaks in Hindi language, and in order to understand what Modi is speaking, Putin would have a earpiece in his ear, through which some translator will try to translate Modi's Hindi speech to Russian language. Okay. So the point that I'm making is, in order to do that speech translation, there is some manual person over there who is doing that translation. But at the end of the day, that person can do mistakes. So what if you want to do the speech translation more efficiently? Well, you can come to speech service and using it, you can translate your speech from one language to another. We'll be seeing a demo of this today. Don't worry about it. So it will be more clear during the demo. After that, let's see the overview of translator service. So using the translator service, you can translate your text into any language that you want. So for example, suppose you have written a book in Hindi language. Now you want to sell that book in America, in Germany, and many other countries. But in those countries, if a book is written in Hindi, maybe that book will not be sold more, right? Maybe that book, um, maybe very less copies of that book might be sold in other countries if it's written in Hindi. So what you are thinking is, why don't you translate the book in other languages? So in order to sell it in Germany, you will first translate the book in German language and then sell the book in German language for Germany country. Similarly, if you want to sell it in USA, you will translate the book in English language and then sell it in USA and so on. So maybe you could hire a translator who could translate the book in other languages. But at the end of the day, that person can do mistakes. Also, he or she might take a lot of time in order to translate the entire book. Well, what if you want to do this translation more efficiently? You can come to translator service of Azure and using it, you can translate your text from one language to another. Next is content safety service, which is used to filter out two things. It is used to filter out text and images. So let's suppose you have a social media site like Twitter. Now, Twitter's CEO wants to ensure that whatever content is being put on Twitter by the users is appropriate content. There is no inappropriate content. Okay. Guys, can you mute yourself? I'll just do it over here. Okay. I'll just go ahead and mute everyone so that there is no background noise. Okay, fine. So coming to content safety service. So as I mentioned, it can be used to filter out two things. One is to filter out any inappropriate text. Second is to filter out any inappropriate images. So let's suppose you have a social media um, website like Twitter. Okay. Now, let's suppose Twitter's CEO wants to ensure that whatever text or whatever images are being put on Twitter is appropriate. There is no enough. He wants to make sure that there is no inappropriate stuff being put out on Twitter. So, well, he can use content safety service, and using it, what you can do is you can develop a filter through which any inappropriate text or any inappropriate images can be filtered out. Okay. Next, let's see the overview of search service. Okay, so using search service, what can be done? So remember, search service does two things. One is it analyzes text, and second is it analyzes images. But to analyze text and in order to analyze images, you might tell me why to come to search service at all. In order to analyze text, we anyways have the language service. In order to analyze images, we anyways have the vision service. So why to use search service at all? So first remember guys that in order to analyze text or in order to analyze images, search service doesn't have its own inbuilt model. In fact, to analyze text, it uses the model of language service. In order to analyze images, it uses the model of vision service. Okay. So search service doesn't have its own AI model for analysis. It is just that after the analysis is done, search service will try to store analysis using something called indexes. You remember in our school time when we used to have notebooks, at the front of the notebooks, there used to be a index page. What was the purpose of index? It just helped you to search information faster. So if our teacher came to us and asked us to open chapter number 10, we knew by looking at the index page that chapter number 10 belongs to so and so page. So we directly opened that page, right? So the purpose of index was to search information faster. Same purpose applies over here. Okay, so what I'm saying is the search service will do the analysis of text, it will do the analysis of images, but after analysis, it will save the analysis information using indexes so that analysis information can be obtained much faster. Okay, then the remaining services have Gen AI models in them. They do not have AI models, they have Gen AI models. So how is a Gen AI model different as compared to AI model? Let me give you a short overview. Okay. So what was the limitation of AI because of which Gen AI had to be invented? So guys, there was a big limitation of AI. Let me explain that limitation to you. Limitation of AI. And guys, that limitation is with respect to target column. Okay. So what is that limitation? So guys, in traditional AI, your target column could be of discrete nature or continuous nature. Okay. Discrete nature means a column having finite set of possibilities. Continuous column means a column having infinite set of possibilities. I'll mention it over here. Discrete column is a column having finite set of possibilities, and continuous column is a column having infinite set of possibilities. So if your target column is of discrete nature, it could again be of two types. It could have numeric values as well as non-numeric values. Okay. It could have numeric values as well as non-numeric values. So example of discrete numeric target column is something like dice roll. Let's suppose I have dice roll as my target column. Okay, let's say I'm playing a game of dice with my friends. Whatever value I get after rolling the dice, that value I'm storing it in this column. So let's say when I first roll the dice, I get the value 6. Again, when I roll the dice, I get the value 4. Again, when I roll the dice, I get the value 6. Again, when I roll the dice, I get the value 1, and so on. Okay. So in dice roll column, I have finite set of possibilities. So it is a discrete type of column. And you can see in dice roll column, there are numeric values. So dice roll is an example of discrete numeric type of target column. So such a target column is allowed in traditional AI. What about discrete non-numeric type of target column? Even that is allowed in traditional AI. An example of discrete non-numeric type of target column would be something like gender. Let's suppose I'm storing the gender value of every participant in this meeting currently. Let's suppose the first participant that entered in this meeting was a male. Second participant that entered in this meeting was a female. Third participant that entered in this meeting was a female, and so on. Okay. So let's suppose I have gender column as my target column. In gender column, as you know, there are only two possibilities, male and female. That means in gender column, there are finite set of possibilities. So gender column is a discrete type of column. And you can see gender column has non-numeric values in it. So gender is an example of discrete non-numeric type of target column. Even that target column is allowed in traditional AI. Okay. But what if the target column is continuous? That means what if the target column has infinite set of possibilities? In that scenario, the target column can be of two types. Okay, numeric or non-numeric. So you can have a discrete numeric type of target column. Okay, so an example of discrete numeric type of target column is stock price. Let's suppose I'm storing the price of the stock after every day. Let's suppose on the first day, the price of the stock was 900.981 rupees. On the next day, it was 99.4 rupees. On the third day, it was 99.56 rupees, and so on. Okay. So stock price column has a column having infinite set of possibilities. So it's a continuous type of column. And you can see stock price column as numeric values. So stock price is an example of continuous numeric type of target column. So such target column is allowed in traditional AI. But what if you have a continuous non-numeric type of target column? Remember, I'm talking about target column over here, not feature column. Okay. What if you have a continuous non-numeric type of target column? Something like YouTube comments. YouTube comments. Let's suppose the first comment is hi, next comment is hello, third comment is nice video, and so on. Okay. So let's suppose YouTube comments is your target column. Now YouTube comments has infinite set of possibilities. So it's a continuous type of target column. And you can see in this target column, there are non-numeric values. So YouTube comments is the example of a continuous non-numeric type of target column. Such a target column is not allowed in traditional AI. Okay, so in traditional AI, using the traditional machine learning approach, using the traditional deep learning approach, you could not have such a target column. That's why Gen AI was invented. And the purpose of Gen AI is just to solve this. Okay, purpose of Gen AI is to allow a continuous non-numeric type of target column. Okay, fine. How it does that, that's a separate story. I won't dive into it in this lecture because the theory of it will take around 3 to 3.5 hours. Okay, and before learning about Gen AI, you need to understand machine learning and deep learning fully. After that, you can understand Gen AI better. Okay, so I won't dive into the working of Gen AI, that how it does it, how it allows a non-numeric type of target column. But for now, just remember the limitation of traditional AI, because of which Gen AI had to be invented. Okay, fine. So here, the point that I am making is the first two services that you see on your screen contain Gen AI models in them. Okay, they contain Gen AI models. In OpenAI service, you have Gen AI models created by OpenAI company. OpenAI company is the one who has created ChatGPT product. Okay, so OpenAI company has a tie-up with Azure company. According to that tie-up, whatever Gen AI models OpenAI will make, it will make it available on Azure as well. Okay. Then in this 5.3 service, you have models made by Azure natively. Okay. It's not made by OpenAI. You have GenAI models created by Azure natively. Also in OpenAI models, you have something called LLM, large language models. Okay. So GenAI models could be of two types, LLM and SLM. LLM means large language models. SLM means small language models. LLM basically are models that are capable to do multiple things. They are all rounders. For example, in ChatGPT tool, you can ask it to summarize text, you can ask it to analyze text. Many things you can do, right, with one single model, right? So that's an example of a LLM model. It's an all-rounder. Whereas SLM model is made for a specific purpose. So it is not capable of doing multiple things, but it is capable of doing the thing that it is designed for. Let's say it's designed for analyzing text, then yes, small language model will go ahead and analyze text for you. Okay. It's just that small language models are much cheaper. Okay, they are much cheaper. So it's just like this. Let's suppose you are the CEO of a company and there are two candidates in front of you. Let's suppose you are the CEO of a company and you want to hire a backend engineer. You want to hire a backend engineer. Now there are two candidates in front of you. Candidate one knows only backend. Candidate two knows backend and front end both. So see, your work can be done by both the candidates, right? Your work will be done by both the can be done by both the candidates. Candidate one is also uh, skilled enough to do the job. Candidate two is also skilled enough to do the job. But which candidate will be cheaper? Candidate one will be cheaper, right? Because candidate two is a all-rounder. He will demand more money, but candidate one will be cheaper. Similarly, guys, small language models are made for a specific purpose, and compared to large language models, they are more cheaper. Okay. Fine. Anyways, so today, guys, what we'll be doing is we'll be seeing demos of three services. I'll be showing you demo of speech service. Then I will be showing you demo of OpenAI service. And after that, I'll be showing you demo of document intelligence service. So these are the three services of which we'll be seeing demos. Okay. Let's start with speech service. We'll go ahead and we'll start with speech service. Now, let's go ahead. Let's go to the Azure portal. I'll go to the Azure portal and I will show you how to work with speech service. So guys, in Azure, there is a rule that whenever you want to work with any service of Azure, you have to go ahead and create a resource of it. Okay. So if I want to work with speech service, I will have to go ahead and create a resource of it. So let me try to search for speech service. I'll try to search for it. And now I will go ahead and create a resource of it. You can see here there's a create button to do that. I'll click on it. and this will redirect me to a form which I will have to fill. So let me fill in the details of the form. The first field in the form is asking me to select subscription. Remember guys that in your Azure account, you can create more than one subscriptions for different people. Let's suppose you are the head of a company and you want to ensure that all the employees of your company have access to Azure. So what can you do? From your Azure account, you can create multiple subscriptions for different people. Maybe one subscription you can create for someone in the HR team. Second subscription you can create for someone in the IT team and so on. In every subscription, you can assign different set of permissions. For example, the first subscription you are creating for a person in the HR team. This HR person is not going to do a lot of work in Azure. Probably this HR person is only going to require Azure to store some files. So for the subscription that you are creating for the HR person, you will only give access to storage service of Azure. Whereas on the other hand, the second subscription you are creating for a person in the IT team, this IT person is going to do a lot of work in Azure. So for this subscription that you are creating uh, for uh, for a IT person, in this subscription you will assign more amount of permissions. You will assign permissions to all the services of Azure maybe. Okay, so the point that I'm making is for different subscription, you can assign different set of permissions. Also for different subscription, you can assign different amount of money into it. Let's say the first subscription you have created for a person in the HR team, this HR person is not going to do a lot of work in Azure. So that's why for that subscription, you will upload less amount of money. Let's say around $20 worth of credits. Whereas the second subscription that you are creating is for a person in the IT team. For that subscription, you can upload more amount of money, let's say around $1,000. Okay. So the point that I'm making is from your Azure account, you can create multiple subscriptions for different people. Each subscription can have different amount of money into it, and each subscription can have different set of permissions assigned to it. So you can select the subscription of your choice. Okay. Next field in the form is asking me to assign the resource to some resource group. Okay. So here I'm trying to create a resource of speech service. So here I'm being asked to put that resource in some of the other resource group. It's mandatory to put your resource in some of the other resource group, but there are many benefits to it. Let's see those benefits. So let's suppose you are working on a project, and for that project, you had to create 20 resources. Let's say first resource is that of speech service. Second resource is that of document intelligence service. Third resource is that of SQL service of Azure and so on. Like this, there are many services offered by Azure, not just AI related services. There are other services that Azure offers as well. So let's suppose you had to create resources of 20 such services. And now, let's say after 6 months, the project got over. So these resources are of no use for you. So what you will do, you will delete them, right? So that no further cost is incurred because of these resources. Well, one way to delete them is to go to the resource one by one and click on the delete button to individually delete the resources. But that is a very tedious process. Instead, why don't you have resources that belong to the same project inside the same exact resource group? And when the time for deletion comes, at that time you can directly go to the resource group, and with a single click of the button, you can directly delete the resource group. With that, all the resources in that resource group will also go away. It's like this. If you delete a folder, all the files in the folder also get deleted, right? Similarly, if you delete a resource group, all the resources in that resource group also get deleted. Okay, so resource group helps you for better life cycle management. That's one benefit. There are other benefits as well. For example, let's suppose you created a project for which let's suppose you are working on a project for which you had to create 20 resources. Now let's suppose you want to calculate the total cost incurred by your project. So one way would be to see the cost incurred by every resource individually. So you can check that okay, the first resource costed you $10. The second resource costed you $20.4 and so on. At the end, you can take the sum of all the individual costs, and that's how you can arrive at total cost incurred by your project. But that is a very tedious process, right? Instead, why don't you have resources that belong to the same project inside the same exact resource group? Inside the same exact resource group. Okay. And if you want to calculate the total cost incurred by your project, what you can do is that you can directly go to the resource group, and with the single click of the button, you can get a cumulative cost of all the resources in that resource group just by a single click of the button. So resource group helps you for better cost management as well. Okay. Like that, there are other benefits of resource group. In short, just remember that resource group helps you for better management of resources. Okay. Resource group helps you for better management of resources. Just remember that. All right. So here I have a option to either create a new resource group or select the existing one. Let me create a new resource group. I'll call it webinar RG. Next, I am being asked to assign a region for my resource. So I want my resource to lie in uh, which server, in a server of East US or in a server of India, or in which server do I want it to lie? Okay, so I'll say I want it to lie in servers of West US. Avoid East US region since in East US region I'm facing a lot of traffic issues since the last few months. So avoid East US region. Okay. Apart from East US, you can select any region that you want, but avoid East US for now. Next, I'm being asked to assign a name for my resource, so I'll give it a name. I'll call it speech res. Next, I'm being asked to choose the pricing tier for my resource. There are two options available, free and standard. With free tier, the benefit is that there will be no cost that I will have to pay for usage. It's free to use. But the disadvantage is that there are a lot of limitations with respect to usage. Whereas in standard tier, yes, I will have to pay some cost for usage, so that's a bad thing. But the good thing is that many of the usage limitations of free tier will not exist in standard tier. Also, I will choose standard tier for now. And then let me click on review plus create button. With this, Azure will run a validation in the backend just to check whether it can give me the things that I'm asking for. If the validation is successful, then the create button will be enabled. Now you can see it has been enabled. I'll click on it. And with this, a resource of speech service will be created. So I'll have to wait for around 1 or 2 minutes, and soon the resource of speech service will be created for me. Once the resource is created, I will show you how to use it. All right, you can see the resource has been created. Let me go to the resource. Now, in order to interact with the resource, there are two ways. Okay. You can ask the resource to do a task using two ways. One is using the without code approach. Second is using the with code approach. If you want to use the without code approach, then just click on this button called Go to Studio. You will be redirected to a new web page where you can interact with the speech resource and ask it to translate speech from one language to another without writing a single line of code. That's one way to interact with the resource. There is a second way to interact with the resource as well, which is to interact with the resource using the with code approach. I will show you that. I will show you the with code approach. Okay. So let me do one thing. I'll open File Explorer and let me create a subfolder over here. I'll call it Webinar Jan 2025. Okay. Here I'll create a subfolder called speech. And what I'll do is within this subfolder, I will create a coding file. And in that coding file, I will write code to interact with the speech resource. Okay, in order to create that coding file, I will need a coding tool. So let me open this tool called Visual Studio. I can open any tool, but let me work with this tool called Visual Studio. All right. So now that the tool is open, let's proceed. Now what I'll do is using this tool, I will open the folder that I just created for our batch. I think it was something like webinar Jan 2025. Yes, here is the folder. All right. And you can see there we have a subfolder called speech, within which let me create a coding file called translate.py. I can give the coding file any name, doesn't matter as such. Okay. Now, currently I am inside of my coding file. Okay. That coding file is present in my local laptop. Now, I want to access a resource. I want to access the speech resource, which is available on Azure, right? So how can I use my coding file to access the speech resource? For that, I will have to perform some authentication, right? So in order to perform that authentication over here, I will require help of two things. One is key and second is region. Using these two things, I will try to gain access to the speech resource. Fine. Let me show to you how um, using those two things you can gain access to the speech resource. So first, let me mention the key of the resource. How to get information about key and region. Well, you can see in the overview section of the resource itself, you will get information about key and region. If you do not see it over here, go under resource management. Under resource management, there is an option called keys and endpoint. There also you will find information about key and region of your resource. Okay, fine. So here you can see there are two keys shown to you. You can use any one of them. It's just that one extra key is given to you for backup purposes. So that if anything goes wrong with the first key, at least in that meantime, while the first key is being regenerated, you can use the second key till then. You can use any one key over here, it's up to you. I'll copy any one out of these two keys and paste it in my coding file. So I require two things to perform authentication. One is key of the resource and second is region in which the resource lies. Okay. So let me mention the region as well. So I'll go ahead and mention the region. Okay. Now using these two things, I'll try to perform authentication. Now in order to perform authentication, I will require help of a Python class, which I will import. Okay. So let me import it. So from Azure folder, there is a subfolder called cognitive services. Inside that subfolder, there is another subfolder called speech, which I will refer as SDK. Now, inside that subfolder called speech, which I have referred as SDK, there is a file called translation. And from that file, I will try to call this class called speech translation config. Okay. Now I will go ahead and call the class and inside the class I'll pass details of two things. One is key of the resource and second is region in which the resource lies. Using these two things, authentication will be performed, and if authentication to resource is successful, then access will be granted to it. Okay, fine. And if access is granted successfully without any errors, I just want to print a confirmation message to the user that access has been granted. All right, let's see whether access to resources being granted or not. I'll try to run my coding file by clicking on the run button. Let's see if access is granted. Yes, it has been granted. Okay. Now that I have gained access to my speech resource, I will ask it to do translation. So internally, four sub steps will be performed. First, what will happen is my speech will be taken. Let's suppose my speech is in English language. So that speech in English language internally will be converted to text of English language. That text of English language will be converted to text of your target languages. Okay, so let's say from English you want to translate it to Hindi, or from English you want to translate it to Spanish, or from English you want to translate it to French, or from English you want to translate it to Kannada. Okay. So what will happen first? Your speech in English language will be taken. That speech in English language will be converted to text of English language. That text of English language will be converted to text of your target languages. And that text of your target languages will be converted to speech of your target language. Okay, fine. So internally, these four sub steps will be performed. So let's see, in order to perform these four sub steps, what to do. Okay, so first I will have to tell my resource that I'm going to give a speech to the resource, and that speech will be in English language. So I will tell my resource, I will say that whatever speech I'll be giving will be in English language only. Okay, it will be in English language only. Fine. Then let me mention the details of the target language that I want to allow. So I'll tell my resource that I want to allow four target languages only. Okay, I want to allow four target languages only. First target language that I want to allow is Hindi. Second target language that I want to allow is Spanish. Third target language that I want to allow is French. Fourth target and the last target language that I want to allow is Kannada. Fine. So these are the target languages that I am allowing. Now I will ask the user that user, you tell me which one out of these four target languages you want to choose. Okay. I will ask the user that now you enter a target language of your choice. If you want to choose Hindi, mention HI for it. If you want to choose Spanish, then mention ES for it. If you want to choose French, then mention FR for it. And if you want to choose Kannada, then mention KN for it. Okay. Whatever is the target language, here I'm asking for the user to enter an input, right? Fine. Whatever the user enters, whatever input the user enters, that input, I'll just store it in this variable called target language by user. Fine. Let's see whether the user is being asked for input or not. I'll try to run this code again. Okay, the user is being asked to enter target language. I'll do one thing. In order to make this more readable, I'll just try to distribute this sentence across multiple lines using the new line command. Backslash n is the new line command, as you would know. Fine. I'll just go ahead and now try to run the code. And let's see. Now you can see the same sentence is being asked to me across multiple lines. This is more readable in my opinion. So fine, I will stick to it. So here I'm asking the user that you enter a target language. Okay. Whatever the user enters, let's suppose the user enters HI, that particular value will then be stored in this variable. Okay. Then I will write a code. I will say that if the target language entered by the user, I'll say that if the target language entered by the user is any one out of the four target languages that I'm allowing, is any one out of the four target languages that I'm allowing, then only do the translation. Otherwise, do not do the translation. Otherwise, just pass. Pass means don't do anything. Okay. So I'm trying to mention over here that if the target language entered by the user is any one out of the four specified target languages, then only go ahead and do the translation. For doing the translation, I will have to write code. Let me write code. So first I will give some speech to the resource in English language, right? And how will that speech be captured? So I want it to be captured by my default microphone. Okay. So I'll call this audio config class, and through this class, I'll mention a setting that the speech that I'll be giving to my resource will be recorded from my default microphone. Okay. And this is the input speech setting that I am mentioning. Okay. After this is done, next I will have to make the resource ready to do translation. Okay. So I will have to wake up the resource. That resource, please be ready to do translation. In order to make it ready to do translation, I will have to write a code over here. Okay. So let me make it ready to do translation. In order to do that, I will have to call this class called translation recognizer. And through that class, Using that class, I'll make the resource ready. I'll wake up the resource and make it ready to do translation. Which resource I want to make it ready? Same resource to which I got access to, same resource I want to wake up and make it ready to do translation. And let me pass the input switch setting to it as well. Okay, I will tell my resource that the speech that the user will be giving will be from the default microphone. All right. Once the resource is ready, okay, so with this code, with this line of code, what will happen is the resource will be ready to do translation. Okay, it will be ready to do translation. Once it's ready, I just want to print a message to the user that now the resource is ready. So please speak now. Whatever the user will speak will be captured by the resource. The resource will then do the translation. Okay. So the resource will do the translation. So now that the resource is ready to do translation, I wanted to capture the speech in one go. So whatever user is speaking in one go, okay, it will be captured and translation will be done. And whatever is the translation result, I want to get the translation result back. So here I'm trying to get the translation result. Okay, and then I will try to save the translation result in this variable. Okay, let me print the raw translation results. The raw translation results will not make sense to you at first, but don't worry, we will try to refine it. Okay, let me go ahead and let me run this coding file. It's asking me to enter a target language. I will enter a target language, let's say Hindi. Okay, then the resource will be made ready to do translation, and then I'll get a message saying speak now. And once I speak, whatever I'll be speaking will be taken by the resource. It will do translation on it and it will show me the translation results. Let's see. Hello, how are you? Okay, fine. And you can see the translation results over here. Let me do one thing. Apart from printing the translation results, why don't I also print the text of the original speech? Okay, I'm running the code. I'll enter a target language Hindi, then I'll speak something. Hello, good morning. Okay, currently I guess there's a issue. Yes, it should be results with the S at the end. Okay, let me run the code again. I'm being asked to enter a target language. After that, I'll speak something to the resource so that it can translate it. Let me speak something. Hello, good afternoon. All right. So this is the text of my original speech and below is the translation results. Okay. I'll print it in a more better way. Let me mention it that this is the text of my original speech. Okay, fine. And currently you can see what is happening. It is doing the translation by default in all these four specified target languages. But I wanted to see the translation result only in the language that the user has specified. So if the user has specified Hindi language, then I only want to see the translation results in Hindi language. Okay, how to do it? Let me go ahead and let me show that to you. So over here, I will just say that give me the translations. Okay, give me the translations only in the target language specified by the user. If the target language specified by the user is of Hindi language, then give me the translation results for Hindi. If the target language specified by the user is for Spanish language, then give me the translation results for Spanish and so on. Okay, fine. Let me print this in a more better way. I'll say this is the text of, okay, I'll say this is the translated text. Okay, let's see. I'll run the code again. Again, I will enter a target language and then I will then I will speak something to the resource. So the resource will then translate my speech. Hello, I am in a session of AI 102. All right. And you can see what has happened. My speech in English language was taken. That speech in English language was converted to text of English language. Then that text of English language was converted to text of my target language. And now one last thing is left. What is that one last thing? That text of target language, I want to convert it to speech again. So that text, I want to convert it to speech again. Okay. That text of target language, I want to convert it to speech. In order to do that, I will have to use some of the pre-recorded voices that are already available in Azure. So Azure has many pre-recorded voices. I'll be using them over here. So for Hindi, there are many pre-recorded voices for Hindi language. One of them is Madhur Neural. Let me show you the documentation so that it will make more sense. All right. So in order to do text to speech, there are various voices available. And for Hindi language, one of the voices is Madhur Neural, as you can see. For Hindi language, one of the voices is Madhur Neural. Okay, so I'll just copy this code for Madhur Neural and paste it in my file. Similarly, for Spanish language, there are many voices available. One of those voices is Elvira Neural. You can see for Spanish, there are many voices. One of them is Elvira Neural. Similarly, for French, there are many pre-recorded voices. One of the voices is Henry Neural. Let me try to search for Henry Neural. You can see it over here. Okay. Then for Kannada, there are many voices. One of the voices is Gagan Neural. So I'll just try to search for that voice. You can see it, Gagan Neural over here. Okay. This documentation page, I will just send it to you. I'll send a link of this documentation page in the chat so that if you want to refer it, you can. Okay, one second. And I can see some doubts in the chat. Prabharan says resource means the object of the service. So Prabharan, uh, any facility made available by Azure is made available as a service. Okay. Now, in order to use the service, you have to create a resource of that service. In order to use the service, you have to create a resource of that service. Okay. So service means any facility provided by Azure. But in order to use the facility, you have to go ahead and create a resource of the service. Okay. And you can create multiple resources of the same service. One resource you can apply it in one project. Another resource you can apply it in a different project and so on. Okay. Then next, Bhaskar says one point, how to charge, how to deduct amount. Bhaskar, in Azure, there is this section called cost management. Okay. So there you will get to learn about that, okay, what cost is deducted and so on. Okay. So for example, just a week back, I concluded one of the batches for AI-102 and I will show you what cost was incurred. Okay, so for example, you can see, okay, one second. I'll just go back. Okay, let me try to search by resource group onwards. Okay. So for example, I conducted one of the batches for AI-102. It was a 4-day batch. You can see for the 4th day, I created a separate resource group. And for the 4th day, how much cost I was charged, you can see 143 rupees. Okay, for the 4th day. Similarly, for 3rd day, I had created a separate resource group. For the 3rd day, yes, this was the resource group. And you can see on the 3rd day how much I was charged, around 318 rupees. So there is an entire cost management section separately available in Azure. Okay, and through that you can go ahead and check the cost. Okay, but remember the cost is not updated in real time. It takes a few hours to update the cost. Okay, I'll do one thing. I'll just mute all the students. I can hear background noise at the end. Okay, clear, Bhaskar. Okay. Then Krishna says your voice is not clear. My voice, is it clear to everyone? I guess it was a message posted 6 minutes earlier.
Clear.
Okay, okay, fine, clear. Mohammed says you entered Hindi but spoke in English. See, Mohammed, what happened was my input speech was in English language. That speech in English language was converted to text of English language, right? You can see that text of English language was then converted to text of your target languages. But by default, it was showing me results in all the specified target language. What I wanted to do, I wanted that if the user has specified a target language of Hindi, then I should only see results of Hindi. Why should I see results of French and all? That's why I filtered the other results over here. I wrote a code saying that I only want to see the translation result in the language that the user has specified. So if the user has specified Hindi, show me only results for Hindi. Why are you showing me results for other languages? Okay. So in this line of code, I did that. Now is it clear, Mohammed? I hope now it's clear. Okay. So out of 4 sub-steps, 3 sub-steps are done. My speech in English language was converted to text of English language. That text of English language was converted to text of the target language. Now the text of target language, I want to convert it to speech again, for which I will be using these voices. Okay, fine. So uh, I will have to make a setting internally in the resource that depending on the target language mentioned by the user, uh, choose the appropriate voice. So if the target language mentioned by the user is Hindi, choose Madhur neural voice. If the target language mentioned by the user is Spanish, choose Elvira neural voice and so on. So I'll have to do that setting internally within the resource. In order to do that setting internally, I will have to perform the authentication again. Okay. But this time I'm performing authentication to do a internal change within the resource. Okay, so I'll call the speech config class. And here I will have to, through this, I'll have to perform authentication. To perform authentication, we require 2 things. One is key of the resource. Second is region in which the resource lies. Let me pass same 2 things. And here what I'm doing is I'm trying to perform authentication. Okay, I'm trying to gain access to the resource so that I can do what? Let me mention that. So that I'm trying to gain access to the resource to change the internal voice settings of the resource. To change the internal voice settings of the resource. Okay. Now that hopefully I have gained access, hopefully the authentication is successful and I gain access to change the voice settings of the resource. Now let me actually change the voice settings. I'll do it using this attribute called speech synthesis voice name. And here I will mention the voice name that I want to apply. So I will say, have a look at this dictionary called VOICES. From this dictionary, get the appropriate voice name depending on the target language mentioned by the user. So if the target language mentioned by the user is HI, then use Madhur neural voice. If the target language mentioned by the user is ES, then use Elvira neural voice. If the target language mentioned by the user is FR, then use Henry neural voice. And if the target language mentioned by the user is KN, then use Gagan neural voice. Okay. Fine. So over here with this, I'm performing voice setting internally within the resource. Now let me make the resource ready to speak back. Okay, in order to make it ready to speak back, I will have to call this class called speech synthesizer. Speech synthesizer. Okay. So what I will do is here I will just make the resource ready to speak back. Which resource I want to make ready to speak back? Same resource in which I made these voice settings. Same resource I want to make it ready to speak back. Okay. So now with this line of code, what will happen is the resource will be ready to speak back. Once the resource is ready to speak back, then I will ask it to speak something. I will ask it to speak something. But what will I ask it to speak? Okay, I will ask it to speak whatever is mentioned in the translated text. Okay, so I've got some translated text using this code. I've got some translated text. The same translated text, I will ask it to speak. And whatever is the speech generated, I want to hear it. So I will use the get method to get the speech back. Okay. So I am using the get method over here to get the speech back. Because with this code, what will happen based on the text, the resource will try to speak something, and whatever speech is generated, I want to get it back so that I can hear it that, okay, what is the speech generated? Fine. This is the code. Now the code is complete, and hopefully with this, even the last sub step should be performed now. Let's see whether it is performed or not. We'll go ahead and check whether it's actually performed or not. So I'll do one thing. I will reshare the screen, but this time I will enable a system audio option so that even you can hear the speech. Otherwise, what will happen is in Teams, you do not hear system audio. The participants don't get to hear system audio by default. But this time, while sharing my screen in Teams, I've enabled system audio also so that you can also hear the voice. Otherwise, only I would have heard it. Anyways, now let's go ahead. Let's run the coding file. I'll do one thing. I'll just clear the terminal, run the coding file again. Okay, it's asking me to enter a target language. I will enter Hindi. Then I'll speak something to the resource. Let's see whether translation is done or not. Hello, I am in a session of AI 102.
हेलो मैं एआई 102 के एक सत्र में हूँ.
Okay, were you able to hear the speech back? I was able to hear. I don't know about you guys.
Yes, yes, sir.
Were you? Yes, okay, fine. Similarly, you can do the translation in other languages. Let's say French. Okay, so let me show you. I'll just go ahead and run this coding file, but this time I'll enter a target language of French. Okay, let's see whether it's working or not. Hello, I am in a AI 102 session with Bhaskar.
Bonjour, je suis en session à AI-102 avec Bhaskar.
Okay, fine. Similarly, I can do translation in other languages as well. Okay, let's say Kannada language. Okay. Hello, I am in a AI 102 session with Smith.
ಹಲೋ ನಾನು ಸ್ಮಿತ್ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಎಐ 102 ಸೆಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Hmm. All right. Similarly, you can try in different languages. Okay, let's suppose Hindi again. Hello, I am in a session of AI 102.
हेलो मैं एआई 102 के एक सत्र में हूँ.
Okay, fine. Like this, you can try. Okay. Now, sorry, Swapnil, or sorry, what is the name? Sorry, I'm not able to read the name, but somebody has posted a message. He is saying what is the difference between deploying speech resource or OpenAI resource directly in the Azure portal, like you shown. What? See, speech resource is used to translate speech from one language to another. OpenAI resource is used for a different purpose. Their purpose is entirely different.
No, Smith, sorry to unmute. The
Hmm.
question is, yeah, I mean, we can deploy through Azure portal this any resource like speech resource or OpenAI resource, and there is
Ah,
also Azure Foundry where we can, have these services as AI services and also the model catalog for OpenAI. So
correct.
the we can deploy from there also and here also. What's exactly the difference between these two methods? I mean, what where they should
Uh,
use?
so this speech resource won't be available in AI Foundry portal, buddy. It will not be available there.
There is, but for I think for evaluating it, right? Just to check it.
Huh. So
Like,
internally, I know that there is one option through which, let's say, you are interacting with your OpenAI model, like how you interact with ChatGPT. You ask it a question and you get some answer. Now, internally in that AI Foundry portal, there is an option that, okay, if you want to hear the answer using voice, then you can hear it using voice as well, just to make it a bit interesting for you. Okay. But this speech service that we have used over here, this model that we have used to translate speech from one language to another will not be accessible from AI Foundry. Okay,
Okay, got it. Got it.
got it. Fine. It will be only accessible using speech service. Then
Yeah, and
Saravana, yes,
OpenAI model like GPT-4, for example, which we can deploy directly through Foundry, versus
correct.
the OpenAI model which we can deploy through Azure portal. I mean, so
No, no. See, previously, what was happening? You had a different portal for working with OpenAI service. It was called OpenAI portal. Okay. Now that
correct,
portal has been discontinued, and instead now there is only one single portal, Foundry portal.
correct, correct.
So that is the only portal now left through which you can interact with OpenAI model. There is no other portal. So that deployment part that you spoke about, that is now only possible only through Foundry portal.
Got it. Got
Got it?
it.
That's the only
Yeah.
portal that you can interact with OpenAI model now. Um, Previously there was a different portal available, but that has now been discontinued. Okay. Okay. Then Saravana says, why are we doing async? So see, asynchronous means whatever the user is speaking in one go, in a asynchronous manner, in one go. I want to get that entire speech. Okay. Basically asynchronously. That means continuously. Okay. Asynchronously means continuously. Fine. So what am I writing over here? Are you talking about async code in line number 23 or in line number 37? In line number 23, what I have done is here I have got my speech recorded. I have said that, okay, whatever I am speaking continuously, take that speech. Okay. But once there is a pause in my speech, then after that pause, whatever words are there, don't record that. So whatever I am speaking continuously, record it and then send it to the speech resource. Okay. So async basically means continuously. Okay. In simple words, just remember, uh, obviously I don't want to go into technicalities. In simple words, just remember where continuously. Okay, fine. Uh, so with this, what are we doing, buddy, is we are trying to translate the speech from one language to another. Okay. And total four substeps were performed. First, what happened? Our speech in English language was taken. It was converted to text of English language. That text of English language was converted to text of your target languages. And that text of your target language was converted to speech of your target language. So these were the four substeps that were performed. Okay, fine. So with this, we have seen a demo of speech service. Now, what we'll do is we'll move on to OpenAI service. So let's go ahead and let's move on to OpenAI service. Let's take a short 10-minute break, and after that we'll be moving on to OpenAI service. Okay. Let's take a short 10-minute break so that you can refresh yourself. We'll be back after the break, guys, and then we'll be seeing demo of OpenAI service. Okay, so in total, I'll be showing you demo of three services today, out of which one service I'm already done with. Two more to go. What are those two services for which I'll show demo? OpenAI service and document intelligence service. Fine. Anyways, so we'll just take a 10-minute break. You can refresh yourself. After the break, we'll be back and we'll be seeing demo of our second service, which is OpenAI service. Till then, I'll just be on mute. Okay.
Hello participants. Before Smith sir resume this session, I have an announcement to make. So I just shared a message of a Microsoft certification at just 2000 rupees in the chat box. Just check, go through that. So the offer is like you can enroll yourself to the any Microsoft certification paid course at just 2000 rupees. I guess this is a golden opportunity, and I can guarantee you that no other platform is offering a paid course at this price. So anyone who is interested, just register in the form. Sorry, just register yourself, and you can select like for which batch you want to go. Uh, I'll just reshare the batch links.
Sally, I tried to reach to that link, tiny URL, but it was not reachable actually. The URL you shared.
Okay, okay, just give a minute.
All right. Welcome back to the session, everyone. Hope all of you guys are back after the break. So let's resume. So guys, we have already seen a demo of speech service. Now it's time to see demo of OpenAI service. So let me try to create a resource of OpenAI service. So I'll just try to search for OpenAI service over here. I can see an option for it. I'll click on that option. And now what I will do is, since I want to use the OpenAI service, I'll first go ahead and create a resource of that OpenAI service. So let's create a resource. When I try to click on the create button, I'm redirected to a form that I have to fill. So let me fill in the details of the form. The first field in the form is asking me to select subscription. The next field in the form is asking me to put my resource in some or the other resource group. I'll do that. Next, I'm being asked to choose the region for my OpenAI resource. So remember, based on the region that you choose, you will get access to different OpenAI models. Okay. So let me show you the documentation page so that it's more clear. So I'll just try to search for Azure OpenAI region support. And here, I just want to show you that depending on the region that you choose, you have access to different OpenAI models. Okay, here you can see it that in East US you have access to different OpenAI models. In East US too, you have access to different OpenAI models and so on. So if you ask me to select one such region where many of the important OpenAI models are present, it's East US region. But because East US is so good, many people try to create resource in East US region only. And that's why East US region is lately facing from a lot of, it's lately, going through a lot of traffic issues. So that's why I avoid East US for now. So let me select West US. Okay, even in West US, I can see many of the important OpenAI models are available. I'll just go ahead and share with you the link of this in the chat. Okay, fine. So let me select West US for now. And after that, I'm being asked to give a name to my resource. So let me give it a name. I'll call it OpenAI RES. Then I'm being asked to choose the pricing tier. So I'll select standard tier. And that's it. Let me click on next. Now I'm being asked to so I'm being asked to select network related settings. So there are three options available over here. Let's understand each option one by one. Okay. So guys, depending upon your network security requirements, you have to choose the option of your choice. I will just explain each one of these options in detail so that depending on the scenario in front of you, you can select the appropriate setting. So guys, choosing the first option over here, choosing the first option would mean that the resource will be available using a public endpoint. Okay. I repeat, selecting the first option over here means that the resource that you are creating will be accessible over the internet. It will have a public endpoint that can be reached from any network, provided that the requester has the necessary authentication credentials. And actually, before the break, even the speech resource that we created was created with this network configuration only, right? The speech resource was accessible over the internet through a public endpoint, provided that the requester had the necessary authentication credentials. Okay. On the other hand, selecting the second option over here allows you to specify which networks can access the resource. So this is a more secure setting because you can limit access to certain networks that you trust. For example, you might want to allow only a corporate network to access the resource. Okay. This is typically done through network security groups or firewall rules that you define. On the other hand, selecting the third option, make sure that the resource will not be accessible from any public network, including the internet. Then the only way to access the resource is through a private endpoint. A private endpoint is nothing but a network interface that connects you privately and securely to a service powered by Azure Private Link. Remember that private endpoints use a private IP address from your virtual network, ensuring that the traffic between your virtual network and the service on Azure does not traverse the internet. So the choice among these three options should be guided based on the specific network security requirements of your organization. For public facing services, you might opt for the first option, but for sensitive or internal services, you would likely choose the second or third to enhance security. For this lab demonstration, I will choose the first option over here. Then let me click on next button. After that, I'm being asked to do tag configuration. Tags are name value pairs that you can assign to resources in Azure. Tags basically allow you to categorize resources in various ways, such as by purpose, by owner, by environment, or by any other criteria that is meaningful to your organization. So let's suppose you are creating multiple resources of OpenAI service. Now you want to search which resource you created for which purpose. Okay. Well, you can tell me that, Smith, why don't you name the resource appropriately so that you would know that for that which resource you created for which purpose. So let's say I would name this as OpenAI webinar RES. But which webinar? I conduct multiple webinars. So how would I know which resource I created for which webinar? Well, what I can do is I can assign tags to resources. So for example, here I can say this resource I created for which client. So I will say the client is Synergetics. What was the purpose? So I'll say purpose was webinar. What was the date? So I'll say date was 25th January 2025. Like this, I can assign multiple tags to resources. Okay. In this scenario, I won't assign tags, but if you want to, you can go ahead and assign tags to the resources. Fine, let me click on the next button. After this, Azure will run a validation in the backend just to check whether it can give me the things that I'm asking for. If the validation is successful, then the create button will be enabled. And now you can see it has been enabled. Let me click on it. And with this, a resource of OpenAI service will be created. Okay. Sorry. So I'm just going to wait for around 2 minutes and soon the resource of OpenAI service should be created for me. And once it is created, I'll be showing you how to use it. So just like in order to interact with the speech resource, there were two approaches. One was using the with code approach, second was using the without code approach. Similarly, in order to interact with the OpenAI resource, there will be two approaches. One will be using the with code approach. Second will be using the without code approach. I'll be showing you both the approaches today. I'll be showing you how to interact with the OpenAI resource with code as well as how to interact with the OpenAI resource without code. Okay, it seems the OpenAI resource has been created now. Let's go to the resource. And as I said, there are two main ways to interact with the resource. One is using the without code approach. Second is using the with code approach. Let me show you the without code approach first. So for that, you just have to click on this button called go to AI Foundry portal, and through this portal, I can go ahead and interact with the OpenAI resource without any code. So let me show you how to interact. Okay. So guys, you can see various menu options over here. You can see various menu options. So if you go to home section, here you will see various documentation links as well as various certain shortcuts to do some tasks. Okay. On the other hand, under model catalog, you will see a list of all the OpenAI models that are available. Okay. You can see a list of all the OpenAI models that are available. Then you see this section called chat. Actually, the name should be chat completion. As per documentation, this section is referred to as chat completion section. So you have chat completion and below you have just completion. What's the difference between the two? What is the difference between chat completion and just completion? So guys, with chat completion, you get access to new models that do remember previous chat history, that do remember previous chat history. On the other hand, in completion section, you get access to old models that do not remember previous chat history. Okay, that do not remember previous chat history. Fine. So in chat completion section, you will get access to models that do remember previous chat history. In just completion section, you will get access to old models that do not remember previous chat history. Let me go to chat completion section. Okay. And now, in order to interact with such a model, first we have to deploy that model. So let's deploy that model. So I'll deploy a popular model called GPT-4o. In fact, in your chat GPT tool, it is this GPT-4o model which is being used internally. So let me deploy this popular model. I'll name my deployment as first deployment. Okay, fine. Now that I have deployed this model, I can go ahead and use it. Fine, so let's use it. So now just like how you interact with the chat GPT tool, in the same way you can go ahead and interact over here. Okay. So for example, you want to ask it what is Java. So you can ask it and it will give you some answer. But let's suppose I want to do some customization. What I want the model to do is I want the model to give the sentiment of the user's input. Okay, so let's suppose if the user mentions something like this keyboard is very bad to type, so here the sentiment of this review is negative, right? So I want the model to output the same, saying that sentiment of this review is negative. Okay, but it doesn't do that. Okay, you can see the output given by the model. By default, it doesn't do that. It doesn't give me the sentiment of the user's input. So what I will do is, whatever direction I want to give to the model, I can go ahead and give it using the system message field. So you can observe the field that I have highlighted on the screen is called the system message field. And here I can go ahead and give a general direction to the model. So for example, I want the model to give the sentiment of user's input. The same message I can pass over here, that I want the model to give the sentiment of the user's input. Okay, I will apply the changes and now have a look. If I go ahead and pass the same input that I did earlier, now let's see what happens. Okay. Now the model should understand that the user wants the sentiment of the input. So here this input that the user has passed has a negative sentiment and the model also mentions the same, that it has a negative sentiment. Okay. Let's suppose if somebody says that this keyboard is very good, in that scenario, the input mentioned by the user has a positive sentiment and it should say the same, that it has a positive sentiment. You can see it does do that. But let's suppose I want to do more customization. Let's suppose I'm part of engineering team of Zomato, and the management of Zomato has introduced a new feature wherein they are going to internally give scores to restaurants, and based on these restaurant scores, they are going to promote the restaurants. So if a restaurant has good score, they will promote it more. If a restaurant has bad score, they will promote it less. Okay, fine. So they want to assign scores to restaurants. So what they are thinking is, for positive reviews, they want to assign a score of +1. For negative reviews, they want to assign a score of -1. For neutral reviews, they want to assign a score of 0. Now, in order to um, do perform this task, you can go ahead and give a direction to the model through system message field. That okay, for positive review, give this score, for negative review, give that score, and so on. But if you feel that just through words you will not be able to communicate the full picture, then you can go ahead and give examples to the model. Just like if I'm training you, okay, and I'm mentioning some words, sometimes I might feel that, okay, just through words, I might not be able to explain the concept. So at that time, what do? I go ahead and give examples to you. In the same way, if you feel that just through words, just through system message field, you might not be able to communicate the full picture through words, then what you can do is you can go ahead and add examples. So under the add section, you can see there's an option for adding examples. I'll do that. And now when I try to add examples, two additional fields pop up. One is the user message field, another is the assistant message field. Okay, user message field will act as input for your example, whereas the assistant message field will act as output for your example. Assistant message field will act as output for your example. Okay. So I want to tell the model that if the user enters an input saying that this product is good, so there's a positive review. In case of positive review, I want the model to give a score of +1. Okay. Then let me add more examples. Then I want to tell my model that in case of a negative review, that if a user enters a input where there is a negative review, something like this product is bad. So there's a negative review. In case of negative review, I want the model to give a score of -1. Similarly, I want to tell the model that if the user enters a neutral review, something like this, the user can say that this product is okay. However, it could have been better. However, it could have been better. So there's a neutral review. In case of a neutral review, I want the model to give me a score of 0. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's save the changes. So guys, the more examples you pass, the better the model will be. Here I have passed 3 examples. Let's see with 3 examples if the model is understanding or not. If not, then I will go ahead and pass more examples to the model. Fine, let's see. Now let me pass the same exact input that I did earlier. Let me pass a input having a negative sentiment. Let's see whether the model gives a score of -1 or not. It should give a score of -1 and it does do that. Then let me pass a review having positive sentiment. Hopefully, in case of positive sentiment, the model should give me a score of +1. Let's see whether it gives me a score of +1 or not. And you can see it does give me a score of +1. Okay. Similarly, in case of neutral review, it should give you a score of 0. If I say that this keyboard is very soft to type, very soft to work with. It has good keys, but it makes a lot of sound, which I don't like. Okay, so I guess this is a type of a neutral review. Hopefully, in case of neutral review, it should give me a score of 0. And you can see it does give me a score of 0 over here. Fine. So with this, what I have done is I have engineered the response of the model based on the input that I am giving. Remember, the input that I am giving to the model is also known as a prompt. Okay, it is also known as a prompt. prompt, Prompt, prompt. The input that I'm giving to the model is also known as a prompt. Okay. So what I have done over here is I've engineered the response of the model based on the prompt. This is known as prompt engineering. So the thing that we just did over here is known as prompt engineering, wherein we engineered the response of the model based on a prompt. This is known as prompt engineering. Okay, fine. Now, in this OpenAI model, there are different parameters, okay, or different settings that you can perform. So let me open the parameters section and you can see there are various settings that you can do in the OpenAI model. So the first setting is called pass messages included, which says that in total, how many messages do you want the model to remember in the chat history? If you mention a value of 10, that means that 5 input and 5 output messages will be included. If you mention a value of sorry, if you mention a value of 4, then what will happen is 2 input and 2 output messages will be remembered like that. So let me pass a low value, let's suppose 2, and then let me show to you what will happen. So here I'll pass something like my name is Smith Shah. So the model will say, okay, good to meet with you, something like that. Oh, sorry, I don't want the sentiment. Let me remove all these examples and the system message. I want the model to behave normally. Okay. Now let me pass something like my name is Smith Shah. Okay. So it says, hello, how can I assist you? Okay. Now let me ask it is um what is a keyboard? So it will give me some answer. Okay, fine. So guys, now have a look at this parameter called pass messages included. I've mentioned a value of 2. That means one input and one output message will be remembered. So this is the one latest output message, and above that is the next is the latest input message. So these are the two messages that it will remember. So among the messages that it will remember currently, among the messages that it will remember message related to my name? No, right? Currently, it will not remember a message related to my name. That's why if I ask it what is my name, it won't know that. Okay, because currently the model has only capacity to remember two messages. That means one input and one output message. And this is the one input and one output message that it will remember. So these are the only two messages that it will remember. And among the messages that it is remembering in the chat history, it is not remembering anything about my name. That's why if I ask it what is my name, it won't know that. It will not know that. You can see it says that I don't have access to your name. On the other hand, let me increase this value to a value like 10 and then let me show you what will happen. Now let me ask it, now let me pass an input saying my name is Smith Shah. Okay. Then let me ask it what is a keyboard. Okay, to give some answer. And now have a look at this parameter called pass messages included. Here I have said that the model has capability to remember 10 messages maximum. 10 messages means 5 input and 5 output messages. Okay, so here what will happen? This is the first output message. Above that is the, one second. This is the first output message. Above that is the latest input message. This is the second message. Above that is another output message. This will be the third message. And above that is the is an input message, which will be the fourth message. Okay. So the model has capability to remember 10 messages. So yes, definitely 4 to definitely will remember it will remember. Maximum it has a capability to remember 10 messages over here. So among the messages that it is remembering in the chat history, is it remembering anything about my name? Yes, it does remember my name. Okay, so now if I ask it, what is my name? It should give me information about it because it remembers it in the chat history. So it should say that my name is Mitch, and you can see it does do that. Okay, so this was the explanation of this parameter called pass messages included. Okay, so here you can mention how many messages you want the model to remember in the chat history. Then next, um, you have something called max response. Okay, and here you can mention the total number of tokens that you want to appear in a single output. So here I have mentioned 800. So that means 800 tokens will appear in a single output. Tokens can be thought of as words or subwords. So it depends on how that OpenAI model is trained. But a word like apple could be treated as one token, but a word like blueberries could be treated as two tokens. Blue could be treated as one token, and berries could be treated as another token. Okay, so it depends on how that OpenAI model is trained and how it treats um, a token. Okay, fine. But remember, tokens can be thought of as words or subwords. So here you can mention how many tokens or how many words or subwords do you want to have in a single output. Okay. Next is temperature. Okay. Next is temperature. I will explain about temperature parameter in around 10 minutes. But before that, let me explain the other parameters. After that, I'll move on to temperature. That will make more sense to you. So let me move on to top P parameters and let me explain the working of it. Okay, so what it does, how it works, and so on. Okay, let me show you the working. So I'll open a whiteboard and let me try to explain the working of this parameter called top P. Okay, top P. So here, what I'm thinking is, why don't I, or fine, let me just mention it normally over here, top P. Okay, now let's understand what it does. So remember that it only considers the top P% most likely next tokens, most likely next tokens based on their probability distribution, based on their probability distribution. Okay. So let's suppose the GenAI model is trying to generate output and it has generated tokens like these. Let's suppose it has generated output saying the cat sat on the dash. Okay, so now it is trying to figure out which token to have at the sixth place. So by default, what the OpenAI model will do is for every token in its dictionary, it will generate a probability value. Okay, so for a token like mat, it will generate a probability, let's say 0.30. For a token like rug, it will generate a probability, let's say 0.25. So for every token in its dictionary, let's say there are 1 lakh tokens in its dictionary. So for all those 1 lakh tokens, it will generate a probability value. Okay, so let me mention it over here. And it will generate probabilities in such a way that sum of all those probabilities will be equal to 1. Okay, it will generate probabilities in such a way that sum of all those probabilities will turn out to be 1. Fine. So let's suppose it is assigning probability values to these tokens. And then let me show you the working of this parameter called top P. Okay, for that I will need help of one student. So let me take help of Umesh. So Umesh, can you unmute your mic, buddy, for 2 minutes? I just need your help. Is Umesh there? Umesh, not there. Okay, is Jagannath there? Jagannath Pandare. Jagannath.
Hi.
Yes, okay. Fine. So Jagannath, with your help, we'll try to understand the working of top P parameter. So as I mentioned that the Gen AI model, while generating the output, what it will do is for every word in its dictionary, it will try to generate a probability value. Okay. And normally what happens is a token having the highest probability would be selected at this position. But then what would happen is if this goes on, right? If this simple procedure goes on, that always the token having the highest probability will be chosen in the output. Then what will happen is every time the output will be created using the same set of words. So let's say if I ask it what is Java, every time it will generate the same answer word by word. And that might be very boring for you. So have you observed when you ask ChatGPT something, if you ask it what is Java, it will give you answer. Again, if you ask it what is Java, the second time the answer that it gives is slightly different to the first one, right? This is just to ensure that the model doesn't, uh, you know, um, generate same set of words again and again, because of which the answer doesn't become boring. Okay. Otherwise, if it
Mm.
generates same set of words again and again, the answer will become very boring, and you will feel that okay, on passing the same question, you are getting the same exact answer only. But ChatGPT doesn't do that. So how does it ensure that it uses varied word usage? So how does it ensure that? One of the ways is through top P. So remember what top P does. It only considers the top P% most likely next tokens based on their probability distribution. So let's suppose I'm setting a top P value equal to 0.6 equal to 0.6. Now let's see what will happen. So my top P value is 0.6. Okay. Now, what does top P say? It considers the top P% most likely next tokens based on their probability distribution. So let's do it, Jagannath. So Jagannath, let's take the cumulative probability of the top 7 tokens. Okay, there are other tokens also for which the OpenAI model might generate probability values. It will generate probability values for every token in its dictionary. But let's take the cumulative probability of the top 7 tokens. So what is the cumulative probability? If you sum these probability values, what will you get? What will you get, Jagannath?
60, 70, 75, 80.80.
80, or
Right?
will you get 0.9, right?
0.9. Something I missed. Okay, 30, 40. Okay, huh.
Right? Okay, 0.9, so this will be 0.55, 0.70, 0.8, 0.85, 0.9, right?
Okay.
0.9.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So is it less than the top P value that you have set? Is
No,
it? No. So that is why we cannot consider the top 6 tokens. Then let's consider the top 5 tokens. Their cumulative probability is 0.85. Jagannath, is it less than the top P value that we have set?
no.
No. So we cannot take the cumulative probability of top 5 tokens. Let's take the cumulative probability of top 4 tokens. Their cumulative probability is 0.8. Is it less than the top P value that we have said? No. So that's why we
No.
cannot take the cumulative probability of top 4 tokens. Instead, let's take the cumulative probability of top 3 tokens. Their cumulative probability is 0.7. Is it less than the top P value that we have set? No. So that's why we
No.
cannot take the probability of top 3 tokens. Instead, let's take the cumulative probability of top 2 tokens. What is the cumulative probability of top 2 tokens, Jagannath?
55.
Correct. Is it less than the top P value that you have set?
Yes.
Yes. So we can take the cumulative probability of top 2 tokens. And what are the top 2 tokens? Which are the top 2 tokens, Jagannath?
Matt,
Yes. And the top
this
two
is what?
tokens are rug, mat and rug,
Okay,
RUG,
right.
rug.
RUG. Okay. Sorry.
Correct. So over here, what has happened? with help of top P, we have shortlisted the tokens. After the tokens are shortlisted, then the computer will randomly choose any one out of the two. So let's say in one response, it will randomly choose Matt to appear at the sixth position. In one response, maybe it will randomly choose Rag to appear at the sixth position. So with this, top P encourages varied word usage. That in one response, maybe the word Matt will be used. In another response, maybe the word Rag would be used. Understanding, Jagannath?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So this is how top P parameter works, and top P parameter basically encourages varied word usage. Okay. And this is
Mm.
how it tries to does it. First, it tries to shortlist the tokens. Then out of the shortlisted tokens, the computer will randomly choose anyone. Okay. Um, it will randomly choose anyone. So randomly, maybe the first shortlisted token could be chosen in the response. Maybe another response, the second shortlisted token could be chosen in the response, and so on. Okay. So that was the working of top P parameter. Similarly, now let's see the working of other parameters that are present. So if you go below, you see this parameter called stop sequence. So what does this parameter called of stop sequence mean? Let us try to understand. So guys, uh, with stop sequence, you can mention a predefined sequence of tokens that tells the model when to stop generating further text. So when the model will output this sequence, it will understand that, okay, now the response should end. Okay, fine. But this is a very premature way of ending the response of the model. I would not suggest you to use that, but if you want to, you can. Remember, stop sequence, through this stop sequence parameter, you can pass a predefined sequence of tokens that tells the model when to stop generating further text. So whenever the model will output that sequence of tokens, it will understand that, okay, now the response should end. Then the next parameter is frequency penalty. Okay. So what it does is this parameter decreases the likelihood of a token being chosen if it has already appeared in the current text generation. The more times a token has been used, the less likely it is to be used again. This is useful for preventing repetitive text and encouraging varied word usage. For example, if the word excellent has been used again, it has been used multiple times in a piece of generated text, then increasing the frequency penalty would make it less likely that the same word excellent would be selected by the model again in the same piece of text. Let me show you how it actually works. Okay, let me show you how it actually works. So I will open a whiteboard, and through that I will try to explain the working of um, frequency penalty parameter. Okay, so let me explain the working of frequency penalty. Frequency penalty. Okay, so what it does, let's try to understand. So remember that it decreases the probability of a token being chosen based on how many times it has appeared in the response so far. Okay, and how does it achieve that? It achieves that using a formula. Let me show you the formula. So the formula is new probability of token equal to previous probability of token divided by 1 plus frequency penalty value into frequency of that token, where P of t stands for original probability of a token, Fp stands for frequency penalty value, Ft stands for frequency of the token. Okay, fine. So let's suppose a response is being generated by the model, and in that response, these tokens were generated. Let me call them token A. Then let's suppose after that token B has been generated, then again token A. Now at fourth position, which token will have that uh, uh, is currently now being decided by the Gen AI model. So by default, we know what happens for all the tokens in its dictionary. The Gen AI model will try to generate probability values. So let's suppose probability of token A appearing at fourth position is, let's say, some value. Probability of token B occurring at fourth position is, let's say, some different value. Probability of token C appearing at fourth position is, let's say, different value. Okay. Now let's apply frequency penalty. So what will happen is new probability of token A equal to previous probability of token A, which is 0.4, divided by 1 plus frequency penalty value. So here, let's suppose I'm setting a frequency penalty value of 0.5. Okay. Let's suppose I'm setting a frequency penalty value of 0.5. So f of p is equal to 0.5 multiplied by frequency of that token. Currently, I'm dealing with token A. In the response, token A has appeared how many times? 2 times. So frequency of token A is 2. If I solve this, I'll get a value of 0.2. Then new probability of token B equal to previous probability of token B divided by 1 plus frequency penalty value into frequency of token B. So in the response so far, token B has appeared only one time. So I'll mention 1. Okay. And if I solve this equation, I'll get a value of around 0.23. Similarly, new probability of token C equal to previous probability of token C divided by 1 plus frequency penalty value into frequency of token C in the response so far. In the response so far, token C has not appeared at all. So frequency of token C in the response so far is 0. If I solve this, I'll get value of 0.25. So if you observe for token C, since token C had not appeared in the response, that's why its new probability is kept the same as original probability. Okay. Whereas token A and B had appeared in the response, that's why you can see their probabilities have been reduced. Whereas for token C, it has been kept the same. So here what frequency penalty does is, depending on how many times the token has appeared in the text so far, depending on that, it will apply that much severe penalty. If a token has appeared 20 times, then it will apply more penalty. If a token has appeared only 2 times, then it will apply comparatively lesser penalty, and so on. So this is how frequency penalty parameter works. Okay. Then let's move forward and let's understand another parameter, which is presence penalty parameter. So let's go ahead and let's see how it works. Okay, this is even so presence penalty is similar to frequency penalty, but it works in a slightly different way. Let me try to um, make it understandable for you. So I'll just go ahead and I'll now try to explain the working of presence penalty parameter. Okay, so let's understand what it does. So basically, it decreases the probability of tokens that have already appeared in the generated response, regardless of frequency. Okay, so what frequency penalty used to do? If a token had appeared 20 times, it used to apply more penalty. If a token has appeared only 2 times, then it applies comparatively lesser penalty. But presence penalty doesn't do that. Presence penalty sees that if a token has appeared at least once, then it doesn't check whether it has appeared 2 times, 20 times, or 200 times. Regardless of that, it will apply same penalty across. Okay. So presence penalty will just check if a token has appeared at least once, then it will not see that whether it has appeared 2 times, 20 times, 200 times, 2000 times. Okay, it will apply same penalty to all the tokens. Fine. So let's go ahead and let's see how that works. So it uses this formula, new probability of a token equal to previous probability multiplied by 1 minus presence penalty value into uh, P of t, or let me just mention it as um, what value, or fine, let me mention it as P of t only, where I'll just mention the details of each, what each of the term means. Okay, in fact, the last term, just to not confuse, let me mention it as V of t. Okay, fine. So your PT stands for original probability of token. PP stands for presence penalty value that we set. And then VT stands for value that you are assigning to a token. You will either assign two values, either 1 or 0. You will assign a value of 1 if the token has appeared at least once. A token has appeared at least once. And you will assign a value of 0 if the token has not appeared at all. Okay, fine. So let's suppose a response is being generated by the model. And in that response, let's suppose three tokens have already been generated. Token A, B, and A. Now it is trying to figure out what to have at the fourth position. So as I mentioned, by default, what the GenAI model does, for every token in its dictionary, it generates a probability value. So let's suppose probability of token A appearing at fourth position is 0.4. Probability of token B appearing at fourth position is 0.35. Probability of C appearing at fourth position is 0.25. Okay. So now let's apply presence penalty. So new probability of token A equal to previous probability of token A multiplied by 1 minus presence penalty value that we set. So let's suppose I'm setting a presence penalty value of 0.3. So PP is equal to 0.3 multiplied by V of t. Okay, so V of t can only have two values, either 1 or 0. It will have a value of 1 if the token has appeared at least once in the response. It will have a value of 0 if the token has not appeared at all. Currently, I'm dealing with token A. Token A has appeared at least once in the response. That's why V of t for token A will be equal to 1. If I solve this equation, I will get a value somewhere around 0.28. Similarly, new probability of token B equal to previous probability of token B multiplied by 1 minus presence penalty value into V of t for token B. Token B has appeared at least once in the response. That's why V of t for token B will be equal to 1. If I solve this equation, I'll get a value around 0.245. Similarly, new probability of token C equal to previous probability of token C multiplied by 1 minus presence penalty value into V of t for token C. So token C has not appeared at all, not even once in the generated response. That's why V of t for token C will be equal to 0. If I solve this, I'll get a value around 0.25. So if you observe, since token C had not appeared in the response at all, that's why its new probability is kept the same as original probability. Okay. Whereas token A and B had appeared in the response, that's why its probabilities have been reduced. Okay. But here, what presence penalty does, it doesn't see that if a token has appeared 20 times or 200 times. Regardless of the frequency, It will just see that if a token has appeared at least once, then it doesn't see whether one time, 10 times or 100 times. It will just apply same amount of penalty to that token. Fine. So this is how presence penalty works. Now, I hope up till now the parameters that I have explained are making sense. Guys, is the working of parameter clear up till now? Is it making sense? Just give me some confirmation. Is the working of parameters clear? What they do, how they work? Making sense, guys? Yes or no? Just yes. Okay, I can see some thumbs up. So I'm assuming that it's clear. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Bhaskar says, can we know how much charge is deducted based on? Okay, so are you saying how much charge is deducted based on the work that I'm doing? Okay, so Bhaskar, for that we have to go to cost management section of Azure, and the cost is not the cost that is deducted is not updated live. Okay, so for example, the work that I'm doing right now, the cost for that will be updated in that cost management section after around 6 to 7 hours. Okay, but you can see the cost deducted and all those things under the cost management section of Azure, which we opened earlier. But it won't be updated live. Whatever work I'm doing right now, the cost for that will be shown to me on the cost management section after 6 to 7 hours. Okay, fine. So now, if you remember, there was another parameter that I had left earlier. It was temperature parameter. Okay. So I told you that I will explain working of temperature parameter here. Now it's time to understand the working of temperature parameter. So let's see it. So let's understand how temperature parameter will work. Okay. So it's quite similar to the other parameters that you have already learned about. Still, let me go ahead and let me show it to you how it works. Okay. Remember that before calculating probabilities for every token, you get something called raw scores or logits. So logits are nothing but raw scores generated for every token. Then those raw scores are converted to probability. Okay. So let me show you that without temperature, how it was converted to probability, and then with temperature parameter, how it will be converted to probability. Okay, let me explain that. So guys, without temperature, parameter, you had this formula to calculate probability, which was P equal to exponent of logit of token divided by summation of exponent of logit of all the tokens. Okay, fine. So let's suppose, so now let me show you how those raw scores were converted to probability without temperature. Okay. So let's suppose there were only three tokens in the dictionary: cat, dog, and bird. So for each of those three tokens, raw scores will be generated or logit values will be generated. So let's suppose logit for token cat is equal to 2. Then logit of token dog is equal to 1. Logit of token bird is equal to -1, let's say. Sorry, or let's say 0.1. Okay. Now, what will happen is these raw scores will be converted to probability values. How? So without temperature, this is how it gets converted to probability values. Let me explain. So first I'll calculate exponent of logit of these tokens. So exponent of logit of token cat. Logit of token cat is equal to 2. So exponent of 2 will be what? Let me calculate. Exponent of 2 is, I guess, around 7.39. Exponent of 2 is around 7.39 if I'm not wrong. Okay, let me calculate. Exponent of 2. Is it 7.39? Yes, it is. 7.39. Okay. Then exponent of logit of token dog. Logit of token dog is 1. So exponent of 1 will be what? Exponent of 1 I should be around 7 point, sorry, 2.72, somewhere around that. 2.72. Yes, it is around 2.72. Then exponent of logit of token bird. Logit of token bird is 0.1. So exponent of 0.1 will be what? Let me calculate. Exponent of 0.1, it is 1.11. Okay, 1.11. Fine, I'll just round it off to 1.11. All right. Now, using this, let me show you how probability values are calculated. So probability of token cat will be equal to exponent. Okay, and by the way, before this, I forgot to do one thing. Let me take the summation of all these probability values. If I just sum this, I guess I should get a sum equal to 11.22 if I'm not wrong. Still, let me use the calculator. So 7.39 plus 2.72 plus 1.11. 11.22. Fine. So now let me calculate probability of each of these tokens over here using the raw scores or using logits. Okay. So probability of token cat equal to exponent of logit of token cat, which is 7.39, divided by summation of exponent of logit of all the tokens. Summation is equal to 11.22. And if I solve this, I should get a value of around 0.659. Okay, so this is how probability value is obtained for the token cat. Similarly, let me obtain probability for the token dog, which is equal to exponent of logit of token dog divided by summation of exponent of logit of all the tokens, which is 11.22. And if I solve this, I should get a value of around 0.24. Similarly, what will be probability of the token bird? Probability of token bird is equal to exponent of logit of token bird, which is 1.11, divided by summation of exponent of logit of all the tokens, which is 11.22. And if I solve this, I'll get a value of around 0.09. Okay. So this is how probability values are calculated without temperature. Now let me show you with temperature what will happen. With temperature what will happen. So the formula will become something like this. Probability value equal to exponent of logit of token divided by temperature value, the whole divided by exponent of logit of all the tokens divided by temperature value. Okay. So here the idea is that the more temperature value you set, okay, the more varied word usage you will encourage. I repeat, the more temperature value that you set, the more varied word usage you will encourage. Okay. So remember that basically temperature value controls the randomness of the response. A temperature value closer to 0 makes the model more deterministic, favoring more likely responses. Okay. I repeat, a temperature value close to 0 makes the model more deterministic, favoring more likely responses. Whereas a higher temperature value increases randomness, leading to more varied outputs. Okay. So with this, I have shown you how to interact with the OpenAI model using the without code approach. Fine. What we'll do is we'll take a short break. After that, I will show you the with code approach. So guys, I hope the without code approach is clear to you. If there is any doubt, then let me know. Mohammed has a doubt. Mohammed says, after the use, yes, Mohammed, yes, after the use of the resource, you need to delete the resource to stop the bill. Okay.
Smith Naresh here. What is this
Yes.
difference between temperature and top PC? Both we can set at same time or we cannot set.
Yes, yes.
Is there any?
Both you can set at the same time. They are working towards the same goal to encourage varied word usage. It's just that the way they achieve it is different. And yes, both of them you can set it at the same time. Their goal is the same, to
Okay,
encourage varied word usage. It's just that the way they achieve it is different.
got
Okay,
it.
fine.
I have
All
two
right,
questions.
fine. So as Mohammed, you rightly mentioned, after you are done with the resource, make sure that you delete it. Otherwise, you will be charged for it. I remember this OpenAI resource I had kept. Uh, I had forgotten to delete it, and because of that, I remember how much money was deducted. I guess there were, I don't know, maybe around 800 rupees were being deducted. I don't remember whether it was what was the actual cost. Okay, but it was a big sum, and I remember that at that time, what had happened was, see, in a month I only get around 8,000 rupees of credit from Microsoft to teach. Okay, and then what had happened was 7,000 credits I had used. I had only 1,000 left. And at that time, I had kept my OpenAI resource on for a few days. And even those 1,000 rupees or something were fully deducted. Okay. So, yes, make sure to delete the resource if you are done using it. Okay, if you are no longer using the resource, make sure that you delete it. Otherwise, costs um, will get deducted. Okay, fine. Or at
Smith,
least
I
if
have
not delete the resource, make sure that you delete the deployed model at least, because the main cost is of the deployed model. Okay. So make sure that you delete that. But hi, if you can delete the resource, then well and good. Yes, somebody was asking something.
Yeah, Smith, again to my question which I asked previously. Now, during demo, we deployed Azure OpenAI resource from portal. Now, then we navigated to Foundry portal and then we deployed a model, which is GPT-4o, right? So, uh, for example, if you are not deploying resource prior to deploying model and directly we are going to Foundry portal and creating project and just deploying model. So in the background, it creates Azure resource also, right? I mean, it
No, no.
happens.
See, first thing is whatever service you have,
Hmm.
in order to use that service, you have to create a resource. Okay. Once you create that resource, then whatever portal you want to go to, let's say Foundry portal will first ask which resource do you want to use. And then, okay, for example, if I go to Foundry portal right now, can you see on the top right hand side, it is connected
Yeah,
to
yeah.
some resource? Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Yes, yeah.
So first resource has to be created. Then Foundry portal will say that, okay, which resource you want me to connect to. Once that is done, then after that model deployment will come.
Yeah. I think when we create project first time in Azure Foundry, then create it Azure AI resource also. And then we can deploy model pointing to that resource. I think so. I
Ha,
mean,
right. So,
yeah,
but
not
first,
required to create a specific, yeah, directly.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So
one
for,
question regarding the
ha,
token, what we have seen generally while using this model deployed, token limit. I mean, just after one chat conversation, it is giving token limit. It's random. Sometime it works for 2 days and sometime random. So, for POC purpose or something, do you suggest something we should use?
it's not random. It will definitely not be random. You might, the token limit might be, okay. So, were you using RAG or something? Were you using your own data in that scenario?
RAG, yeah, I used custom data sometime, but even without custom data, the normal chat conversation also, gives insufficient token limit. For example, the
It's,
model I was using
hmm,
global standard and East US region, for example.
okay. See,
I
there
yeah,
are two token related errors that we can, not token related errors. Are you talking about what you call? What is the thing called for
Token
capacity?
limit,
No, no, not token limit.
quota, quota,
Ha,
quota is.
quota. Are you talking about quota?
Yeah, I think it is related to quota only. Yeah.
Ha, then for that it's a separate issue. Okay.
Okay,
But for token limit, it will not be random error that you're getting. For quota, see, it's related to your subscription because for every particular region, your subscription has a total quota limit. Okay.
okay.
So
But
that
that
is
will happen
related to your
only.
subscription.
Yeah, but once a model is created, there is no quota error, and model is then when we use it using either
Huh.
APIs or directly in the chat, it gives error in the first chat. It will reply, and second chat it will give the token limit uh,
Acha,
error.
huh. So that is token limit. That is easily solvable. So see, if you are using RAG, then I can understand that. See, you're in GPT-4o, you have around 128,000 tokens to be used. For example, if I use high, one token is being utilized for my input. It will give me some
Mm,
output. Okay, and my
yeah,
output also will consist of some tokens. So total you can see
yeah.
out of 128,000 tokens, 11 tokens have been used.
Ah,
So now
mm-hmm.
in normal way of using the model, it's very rare that you extinguish this. You are
Okay,
only extinguishing this in case of RAG, where you are passing your own data. And
okay.
there,
Mm-hmm.
the only way is to choose a model that has a higher token limit. Migrate to a new deployment that has a higher token limit. So, for
Okay,
example,
maybe.
GPT
If that,
3.5 has a lower token limit.
okay.
So, in your scenario, see, if it is RAG, there is nothing that we can do. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you
Got
apply your own data, that data is consisting of some tokens. So definitely some, thousands of tokens would be utilized in that case.
Yeah, so
But
we
if you're
cannot
conversing,
complete testing of that data actually.
huh, right. But in any case, the only way to solve this is to migrate to a newer model that has a higher token limit.
Do you
But
suggest
even if
anyone
that
just to
GPT-4o
chat
is
some?
more than enough,
Okay.
but
Mm-hmm.
even if that is not solving, then there is nothing you can do as such. Okay.
Exactly. I mean, I'm struggling there to complete my project, so just wanted.
Yeah. So token limit is a thing. And yeah, so see, you can see GPT-4 32K has a limit of 32,000 tokens.
Yeah, even 4O has more.
Right. So 4O, in my opinion, should be sufficient. If 4O also you're struggling, then uh, that token error otherwise cannot be solved. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, got it.
Okay. Fine. All right.
Thank you.
Yes. Welcome. All right. So over here, guys, we just saw how to interact with the OpenAI model using the um, without code approach. Now, what we'll do is we'll take a short break, 10-minute break. After the break, we'll come back and I will show you how to interact with the OpenAI model using the with code approach. Okay. And once that is done, then we'll move on to our third service of today and the last service, which is document intelligence service. Okay. So let me just take a short 10-minute break and after that we'll come back. Okay. Mohammed says because I can't see the option of stopping the resource after creating. Mohammed, it's there. So Mohammed, what you do is go to your resource group. Okay, I will show you how to stop a resource. So whatever resource you have created, go to your resource group. Okay. For me, it's webinar RG. And here, let's say I created this resource called speech resource. Now, let's suppose speech resource I don't require. You will see there will be a delete button at the top. So whatever resource you have created, there will be a delete button available for it. And you can go ahead and delete that resource. Got it, Mohammed? Was that your doubt? So after creating resource of the service, yes, okay, got it, fine. All right, so let me start the timer for 10 minutes. We'll take a break for 10 minutes. After that, we'll be back. And before the break, I showed you how to interact with OpenAI model without code. After the break, I'll show you how to interact with the OpenAI model with code. And then we'll move on to our third and last service of the day as well. Fine, let me start the timer. Till then, I'll just be on mute. All right, guys, welcome back to the session. Hope all of you are back after the break. Now let's resume. So, guys, before the break, I showed you how to interact with the OpenAI model using the without code approach. Now it's time to interact with the OpenAI model using the with code approach. So let's do that. So I'll create a subfolder over here in my directory called OpenAI. Within that subfolder, let me create a coding file called test.py. So currently, now I will be showing you how to interact with the OpenAI model using the with code approach. So currently, I'm inside of my coding file, which is present inside of my laptop, and I want to access a OpenAI resource that is available on Azure. I want to access a OpenAI resource that is available on Azure. So currently there is no link between the coding file that I'm working on and the resource that I want to use. In order to establish that link, I will first have to perform some authentication. Now, different resources have different rules for authentication. In order to interact with the speech resource, you needed key and region. Whereas to interact with all the other AI related resources, you will require key and endpoint. Okay. Only for speech resource, the rule is different. Only for speech resource, you require key and region. Whereas for all the other resources, you require key and endpoint. Fine. So let me get the key and endpoint of the resource. So first I'll get the key of the resource. I'll copy the key of the resource and place it in my file. Similarly, I'll copy the endpoint of the resource. Endpoint of the resource is nothing but the link of the resource, and that also I will paste it within the same file.
I'm sorry, this is for speech, right?
No, no, this is not for speech. Oh, sorry, am I using the... Oh, my mistake. I'm using the key and endpoint of the speech resource. Yeah, thanks for pointing out. Thanks for pointing out. I should use the key and endpoint of the OpenAI resource, right? Sorry. Thanks for pointing out. We'll do that change over here. So I'll take the key of the OpenAI resource, and similarly, let me take the endpoint of OpenAI resource as well. I'll take the endpoint as well. Fine. Now, using these two things, I'll try to perform authentication. Now, in order to perform authentication, I will require again um, help of a class which I will import. So let me go ahead and let me import that class. Okay. So how to do it? Let me show that to you. So from OpenAI library, okay, I will import a class over here. Which class I will import? The name of the class is Azure OpenAI. What's the name of the class? The name of the class is Azure OpenAI. And this is the class that will help me to perform authentication. Fine. So I'll call the class. The first thing that I'll do is I'll pass the endpoint of my resource. The second thing that I will do is I'll pass the key of my resource. I also require one more thing over here, which is that since I'm using the coding based approach or the API based approach, here I will have to mention a API version. So there are different API versions created. So it's just like if I want to reach from Mumbai to Bangalore, there are different roads created. So that just because if there's only a single row to reach from Mumbai to Bangalore, then there will be a lot of traffic, right? So that's why there are multiple roads that are leading to the same location. Similarly, there are multiple APIs over here that you can use to do the same task. So that there is no single, there's not a lot of traffic just on one API. There are other reasons as well why multiple APIs are created. Okay, but traffic issue is one of them. So let me show you the different API versions. So over here, guys, I will use a API version which was developed on 2023, and I guess the date was 15th of May. Okay, let me show you the other API versions as well. So I will just click on this link, and here let me show you the other API versions. Yes, here it is. So you can see for chat completions, that means for new models, See, there are two sections, right? Chat completion section and just completion section. With chat completion section, you get access to new models that do remember previous chat history. With just completion section, you get access to all models that do not remember previous chat history. Okay. So coming to chat completions, which is what we are interested in. Here you can see there are different API versions. Make sure to use a stable one. Do not use a preview API version because a preview API version will get retired after a few months. And if you're using that preview API version in your code, then after a few months, once it's retired, you will have to change that API version. So if you wish to rely on a permanent API version, make sure that you do not use a preview one. Okay. Choose a stable API version. So over here, I'm using this API version developed on 2023, 15th of May. Okay. You can go ahead and check out the other API versions. Okay. Let me just copy this and paste it in the chat. One second. Why am I not able to do it? Copy and paste. Okay. Now I am able to paste. All right, let's go ahead. And what I wanted to do was, now I wanted to perform a authentication to the resource of OpenAI service. Hopefully with this line of code, authentication is performed, it's successful, and access to resources granted. Okay. Once access to resources granted, then what I will do is, using the resource, I will ask it to do some task. Okay. So I'll pass some message to the um, resource. Okay. I'll pass some message to the resource. Fine. So which message? Whatever message I'm passing has to be in the form of list of dictionaries. Okay. It has to be in the form of list of dictionaries. So let me go ahead and let me pass those messages. So the first message. Okay. Let me pass a message, which is a user message. I'm saying that the user is sending a message stating what is uh okay, what is AI? Fine. So this is the message that I want to pass to the resource. Fine. So let me ask the resource now. Now that I have gained access to the resource, I will ask the resource to go ahead, do chat completions and create a response based on that. Okay, and create a response or generate a response. So for this, I will require deployed model. So which deployed model will I use? So coming back, if you remember this before the break, we had deployed a model. The name of that deployed model was first deployment. So the same name I'll mention over here. So remember here you have to mention the deployment name, not the model name. The model that we had deployed was GPT-4o, but we are not mentioning that. We are mentioning the deployment name. Okay. Next, we'll pass the messages. And after that, I can go ahead and pass values to parameters if I want. For example, to max tokens parameter, I can pass a value. To temperature parameter, I can pass a value and so on. If you do not wish to pass a value to a parameter, then the default value of that parameter will be taken. So for example, I have not passed the value to temperature parameter, then the default value of temperature parameter will be taken. Okay. Now I will get a response from the resource. Whatever is the response, I will try to print it. Obviously, the raw response at first will not make sense to you, but don't worry, we will try to refine it. Let's check. I'll just go ahead and first clear this terminal. And now let me run this coding file. Let's see what response are we getting from the resource. Okay. So we are getting this entire thing from the resource. Here our main answer is stored from this point up till up to which point over here? Up till this point. Okay. From year to year, this highlighted part is the main answer obtained from the resource. The rest other things are not that important. The main answer is this highlighted part. Okay, so how to get it? So in order to get it, uh, okay, I will need help of this attribute called choices. Let me do that, and I will do one more thing. I will just mute the other students so that I don't hear any background noise. Okay, fine. Let me use that. Let me use that attribute called choices. Let me run the coding file. Let's see what do we get now. Again, I will have to, again, my code is not fully complete. I will have to refine the output more. Okay, currently I'm getting this output in the form of a list as indicated by square bracket at the start and end of the output. Okay. So I'll say get the first value of the list. In order to get the first value of the list, we have to use index 0. And let's see what is the first value of that Python list. Let's check. Okay, we are getting this entire value. Okay, I'm interested in this highlighted part from here to here. In order to get it, I can get it using this attribute called message. So let me use that attribute called message. Okay, now let's check. I have refined it a bit, but it's not fully refined yet. Okay, now I'm interested in this main message, which I can get using this attribute called content. So let me mention that attribute over here, content. Now it will be done. Okay, now I will only get the output from the model. Okay, so this is the output from the model over here. All right, I have limited the number of tokens to 500. I can increase it if I want, let's say 800 or whatever. Okay, I can increase it. Okay, fine. So this is the answer that you are getting. So you asked the OpenAI resource what is AI, and this is the answer that it has given. Okay. Now let's do the same thing that I did before the break. Before the break, if you remember, I performed prompt engineering, but that was done without code approach. But now I will do the same thing using the with code approach. Okay. So if you remember, before the break, I used system message field to give a general direction to the model. So let's suppose now I want to ask the model to give the sentiment of the user's input. So I will do it using system message field. Okay, let me do that. So I'll ask the model to give the sentiment of the user's input. Give sentiment of the user's input. So if a user will pass an input saying that this keyboard is bad, in that scenario, it should say that sentiment is negative or something like that. Okay, let's check if the model is doing that. I'll just go ahead, correct the syntax in my code, and after that, run my coding file again. All right, and you can see it does say that sentiment is negative. Let's suppose I want to do more changes. What I want is, um, in case of positive sentiment, I want a score of +1. In case of negative sentiment, I want a score of -1. In case of neutral sentiment, I want a score of 0. So well, I can go ahead and communicate that through system message field. But if you feel that through words you are not able to communicate the full story, then you can go ahead and give examples to the model. If you remember, when I added examples using the without code approach, I used the user message field and assistant message field. Similarly, here I will need help of the same two fields, user message field and assistant message field. Using those two fields, I'll go ahead and add examples. Okay, so I'll add my first example over here. I'll say that if the user passes a input saying that this product is good, in that scenario, there's a positive sentiment And in case of positive sentiment, I want the model to give me a score of +1. Okay, I want the model to give me a score of +1. Okay. Similarly, let me go ahead and let me add a second example. I'll say that if the user is passing an input saying that this product is bad, in that scenario, I want the model to give me a score of -1. Similarly, let me add one more example. I will tell the model that if a user enters an input saying that this product is okay, however, it could have been better. In that scenario, this is a neutral review, and in case of a neutral review, I want the model to give me a score of 0. Fine. Now let's see what happens. So remember, if the user message is immediately followed by a assistant message, then it will be treated as an example. So this is example 1, below is example 2, third is example 3. But then you see the last message, the last user message is not immediately followed by assisted message. So then it understands that, okay, this last message is not part of any example. This is part of the main input that you want to give to the model. Okay, fine. So the main input that we are giving has a negative sentiment. In case of negative sentiment, we want a score of -1. Let's see whether the model outputs a score of -1 or not. And it does output a score of -1 over here, as you can see. Fine. So guys, the same thing that we have done using the without code approach, same exact thing we did using the with code approach as well. Okay. All right. Now what we'll do is I will show you a demo of the third service for today. Okay. So first service we have already done. It was the speech service. Then I showed you a demo of OpenAI service. And now it's time to move on to our last service of the day. Okay. Which is document intelligence service. So we have worked with speech service, we have worked with OpenAI service. Now it is time for document intelligence service. Okay, as I had mentioned to you earlier, document intelligence service is used to scan documents and extract information from it. So if I want to work with document intelligence service, what I will have to do is I will have to go ahead and create a resource of it. But before that, I guess Swapnil has a doubt.
Yeah,
Yes.
before jumping to document service, I
Hmm.
had a doubt about OpenAI. So you are giving system prompt through code also, and what if
Yes.
we have already system prompt through model using portal, and we are not passing any prompt from here? What the model
No, no,
does? So
no.
how does it in that case?
Uh, no, no. So what will happen is whatever message is being passed over here, it doesn't matter what is there on the portal. That won't be
Okay.
considered only.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
So currently,
And
whatever input that you are giving, right, at that time, everything is taken into consideration. So your system message field, your user message field, your assistant message field, all these things are then together given to the model.
okay.
Okay.
Regardless of whether it is already given as a system prompt in the model or not, right? It doesn't matter.
Yes, doesn't matter. So whatever is there in the portal, that won't matter.
Exactly. Okay, and the role is assistant you have given instead of system. So what's the
No,
different role?
no. It's the same thing. See, for examples, what we used to do in the without code approach, we used to
Mm-hmm.
have assistant message field, user message field, and assistant message field, right?
Okay. Got it.
Same
Got it.
thing over here. User and
Got
assistant. Got it?
got it.
Okay, fine. So here we have passed three examples in total. All right. So with this, what we have done, guys, is we have seen how to interact with the OpenAI model using the with code approach as well as the without code approach. Okay. Now it's time to move on to our last service of the day, which is document intelligence service. So if I want to work with document intelligence service, what will I have to do? I will have to go ahead and create a resource of it. So let's create a resource. Okay. So for that, I will just have to fill this form. Let me fill in the form of document intelligence resource. Okay. And I'll click on review plus create button. With this, a validation will run in the backend just to check whether it can give me the things that I'm asking for. If the validation is successful, then the create button will be enabled. And now you can see that it has been enabled. I'll just click on it, and with this, a resource of document intelligence service will be created. I'll just wait for 1 or 2 minutes, and soon the resource of document intelligence service should be created for me. And remember that in document intelligence service, there are different models for different documents. For example, for dealing with a invoice type of document, there is a different model available. For dealing with Aadhaar card document, there is a different model. For dealing with marriage certificate document, there is a different model, and so on. Okay. So let me show you what document we'll be working with. So I'll just go to this delivery folder, and let me take a document from here. Okay, and that document, I'll just go ahead and paste it in our directory that we are working with. All right. So let me show you the document that we'll be working with. So this is the document. It's an invoice document. Okay. And I'll be passing this invoice document to the document intelligence resource. It will scan it, and then whatever information I want from that document, it will go ahead and give me that information. Okay, fine. So let me show you how to do it. So currently I'm just waiting for document intelligence resource to get created. And once it's created, then we'll see what to do. Let's check whether the document intelligence resource has been created or not. It should get created. Okay, and it has been created now. All right. To interact with the document intelligence resource, again, there are two ways. One is using the without code approach, for which you can just click on this button called Go to Studio. Okay, and you can interact with the document intelligence resource without writing any code. There's a second way as well, which is to interact with the document intelligence resource using the with code approach. Let me show you that. Okay. So in order to interact with the document intelligence resource using the with code approach, first you will have to perform authentication. And in order to perform authentication over here, you'll require two things. One is key of the resource. Second is endpoint of the resource. Fine. So let me get those two things. One is key of the resource, and second is endpoint of the resource. I'll copy the key, paste it in my working file. Similarly, I will copy the endpoint, and that also I'll paste it in my coding file. Okay. Now, in order to perform authentication, I'll require help of a Python class, which I will import. So from Azure folder, there is a subfolder called AI. Inside that subfolder, there is a file called form recognizer. From that file, I will try to import this class called document analysis client. Then I'll go ahead and call that class. Okay. First thing that I'll do is I'll pass the endpoint of my resource. The second thing that I'll do is I'll pass the key of my resource, but the key I cannot pass it directly. I have to pass it with help of another function which I will import. So different resources have different rules. Here, I can't pass the key directly. I will have to pass it with help of another function. So let me import that function. So from Azure folder, there is a subfolder called core. From that subfolder, there is a file called credential. And from that file, I will try to import this function called Azure credential. Using this function, I'll pass the key of my resource. Okay, so now using these two main things, one is endpoint of the resource, and second is key of the resource, authentication will be performed. And if authentication is successful, then access to resource will be granted. Once access is granted, I will ask the resource to analyze the document. Okay. But using which model will it analyze the document? So remember that for different type of documents, there are different models under the document intelligence service. So in order to analyze invoice document, you have a model called pre-built invoice. Okay, it's called pre-built invoice. Similarly, to deal with other type of documents, there are other models. Okay, let me show you the documentation page so that it makes more sense. Okay, you can see to deal with invoice documents, we have this model called pre-built invoice. In order to deal with Aadhaar card document, you can see in order to deal with Aadhaar card document, you have this model called pre-built ID document. In order to deal with credit card document, you have a different model and so on. Okay. So you can go through this document, sorry, you can go through this documentation page and check the various models that are available. All right, we want to use this model called pre-built invoice. Then using this model, we will analyze the document. But what is the language mentioned in the document? I will say it's English language. Okay. Now it's not necessary that the document that you want to analyze should be downloaded in your own laptop. Even if you have a link of the document, even that will work. So here, this document that I showed to you was obtained from this GitHub link. So I can even go ahead and pass the link of this document to the resource. Let me show you how to do that. So I will tell my resource that now that I have gained access to you, okay, please go ahead and begin analyzing the document from the URL. Which URL? Let me first mention the document URL over here. I'll just copy and paste that URL in my working file. Okay, now I'll tell my resource that please begin analyzing a document from the URL. For that, it will require a model, so I'll pass that model information. Then it will require URL of the document, so I'll pass that. Then it will require the information about the language in which that file was written, so I'll pass that. Okay, and that's it. So the resource will do the analysis. Okay, it will do the analysis over here, and whatever is the result of the analysis, I want to get that result. So I will use the result method over here to get the result of the analysis. And this will be the result that you will obtain from the resource. Okay. Now, whatever is the raw result, I will print it out. Obviously, the raw result at first will not make sense to you. We will try to refine it. Don't worry. Let's print the raw resource first. Raw result first. And let's see how does it look like. I'll do one thing. Why don't I clear my results first and then run my code? Okay, let's see what is the raw result. The raw result, of course, will not make sense to you at first, but don't worry, we'll try to refine it ahead. Okay, so this is the raw result. In fact, it's very, very big. I will just say that give me only information uh, that you have obtained after scanning the documents that I have passed. I don't want any other metadata information. And even that information will be big only. But let's see how it looks like. Let's check. Okay, it is being shown to me in the form of a list as indicated by square bracket at the ending and starting of the output. I'll do one thing. This Python list I will convert to a Python dictionary. How to do it? Let me explain that to you. So it's a normal concept, very simple concept. Python list converted to Python dictionary. Okay. Let me show you how to do that. So dictionary is nothing but a collection of name value pairs. So for example, this is a sample list 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, this is a sample list. On the other hand, the same values we can organize in a dictionary as well. But in a dictionary, what happens is to each value, we have to assign a key. So let's suppose key of the first value is 0. We can assign any key, doesn't matter. You can assign a key of ABC as well. You can assign a key of Dhoni as well. Anything, any key will be fine. But here, let's suppose to the first value you want to assign a key of 0. To second value, you want to assign a key of 1. To third value, you want to assign a key of 2. To fourth value, you want to assign a key of 3. To fifth value, you want to assign a key of 4. Let's suppose you want to do something like this. Then how to do it? Let me explain that to you. So let me create a sample list having values like 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. Now this list I'll convert to a dictionary. In order to do that, I will need help of this enumerate function. So I'll use a loop, and what I will do is I will apply enumerate function on this list. With that, what will happen is every element in this list that will convert it to an element of a dictionary. Okay. Wherein what will happen to the first value of this list, which is the value 10. Okay, to the first value of the list, which is the value 10, it will assign a key of 0. To the second value of this list, which is 20, it will assign a key of 1. To the third value of this list, which is 30, it will assign a key of 2. To the fourth value of the list, which is 40, it will assign a key of 3. And to the fifth value in this list, which is 50, it will assign a key of 4. This is what the enumerate function will do. And I'll just print each value inside of this dictionary and have a look. The first value will be 0, 10. 0 is the key and 10 is the value. Second element is 120. 1 is the key and 20 is the value. Third element is 230, where 2 is the key and 30 is the value. Fourth element is 340, where 3 is the key, 40 is the value, and so on. Okay, fine. From this element, you can extract the key separately and value separately. So I'll say print the key and then the value. After that, insert a new line separator. Fine. Now let's run this and have a look. In the first element, the key is 0, value is 10. Okay. Then in the second element, the key is 1, value is 20. In the third element, key is 2, value is 30, and so on. Okay. Fine. So I just wanted to prove to you that using enumerate function, you can convert elements of a Python list to elements of Python dictionary. Okay. And the same thing I will try to achieve over here. Same exact thing I'll try to achieve over here. The key I will refer by this variable ID, and the value I will refer by this variable receipt field. Okay. And let me use the enumerate function just like I did earlier. Now this code is giving me a list elements. I'll convert the list elements to dictionary elements using this code. Okay. And I will say for the value, give me information about the key of the fields. Okay, let's see what will we get over here. I'll just run my coding file, and here you will get information about the different names of the fields for which values are obtained by the model. Okay, so here you will get information about different names of the field. So for example, amount due is one field, invoice ID is another field. So let's suppose you want to get values for these fields now. How to do it? Let me show that to you. So over here I'll just say print the value for this field. I'll just say get value for this field called, let's say, vendor name. I know in my document that the vendor name is Contoso Limited, but let's see if the model also believes the same or not. Okay, let's see if the model also believes the same. So over here, I'll just write vendor name. And I'll say get me the value of it. Hopefully, it should say that vendor name is Contoso Limited. Let me print it in a more readable manner over here. I'll say vendor name is, and whatever is the vendor name, I want to print it out. Okay, hopefully it says that vendor name is Contoso Limited. Let's see if it does that or not. If not, that means the model did something wrong. It should say that vendor name is Contoso Limited. And you can see it does say that. Similarly, let me get value of another field. Let's say invoice ID field. Now I know from my document that invoice ID is INV100. Let's see if the model is able to tell me that or not. Okay, so over here I will say, please print the invoice ID. Get me value for this field called invoice ID. And let's see if the model says that invoice ID is INV100 or not. I'll just try to print the value. It should say INV100. If not, that means the model did something wrong. It should say invoice ID is INV100, and you can see it does say that. So like this, you can pass your documents and extract information from the documents over here. Okay, fine. So you can get information about any of these fields that you want. Okay. So with this, I've shown you a demo of the document intelligence service as well. Okay. So with this, our agenda of today's webinar is complete. So guys, what we did today was I explained to you what is AI. Then I showed you how to create a custom AI model. After that, I showed you how to work with ready-made AI models. So in total, three ready-made AI models we worked with. First, one that we worked with was used to convert speech of one language to speech of another language. Second model that we worked with was a OpenAI model, right? Third model that we worked with was used to get information from documents. Okay, extract information from documents. Okay, so with this, our agenda of today's webinar is complete. So guys, any doubts up till now? I hope whatever we covered made sense. Uh, Guys, is it clear whatever we covered today? It made sense. Can you share the notebooks that you used? Yes. So I'll do one thing, Sarana, I will share it with my team and the team will try to mail it to you. Okay, because here through chat, I'm not able to send the documents. Okay, so the only option is mail them. Yes, I'll send the coding files through my team. Okay, fine. So I hope whatever we covered today made sense and it was valuable to you. So thank you. If there are no doubts, then we can end the session for today. Okay. Yes, thanks, Swapnil. Thanks,
Thanks,
Mohammed.
Smith. Yeah, it
Thanks,
was a
Philip.
great session. Thank you.
Yes, thanks. All right. So thank you so much for attending, guys. I hope you found it valuable. Hopefully, we'll meet in some new webinar on a new topic. Okay. Till then, stay in touch on our social media platforms. Okay, and you will get to know about the webinars that we conduct every week. Okay. How can we connect with you? Well, you can connect with me on my personal LinkedIn. Just type Smith Shah Synergetics, and I should come up in the search result. Or else you can connect with Synergetics on their social media profiles as well. Okay. But if you want to connect with me personally, then just on LinkedIn, just type Smith Shah, SMIT, Smith Shah Synergetics, and I should come up in the search result. But the other way is you can connect with Synergetics on their social media platform as well. And from there, you can get to know about the various webinars that Synergetics conducts every week. Okay, fine. Thank you, guys. And hopefully, we'll meet again in the next webinar. Thank you, everyone. And bye, guys. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.